Okay, I'll do it again. 'Tis I, the great Ace Attorney. I'll say it in red. Guilty. Oh gosh, why am I blinking so much? But hopefully you're all having a good day. Man, I can't believe it. I did it in the wrong order. but hello, sir. Oh gosh, it's not pushing me around. No. I am unstoppable. You cannot defeat me. You cannot bring me down. Ow. Okay, let me change the setting real quick because I was messing with settings and I think I broke something. Oh gosh. But yes, hopefully everybody's having a good day. What do you mean summons Majima? What would he do? Hello. Conveniently looking right where he was showing up. Also, my elf and I started playing 3 last night, and I'm already having a time. It's making me block, and and it's like, no. Okay, let me see. I don't know why I'm blinking so much. Hopefully I should be good when the game opens. 3? Yeah, I started on 3. Yeah. I was gonna talk about it, but you still have a while to go until you get there. Yakuza 3. Sorry, I guess I didn't give context, did I? Okay, let me go ahead and get the game open. This game also comes with voice acting, and I'm not sure whether to turn the voice acting off or not. I think for a little bit I'll keep the voice acting on, and if I get too tired of not voice acting, then I will turn it off. Because knowing me, that may or may not happen. Go ahead and get it on open over here. Was that 3? I thought you played all the game. No, I thought you knew that I was still going through. I told you during your stream. You wouldn't recommend a game series to me without playing it first, would you? I've been playing it. I've been very much enjoying it. I just heard that I've heard 3 referred to as the black sheep of the series, so I gotta play through that to go to 4, which apparently like 1 million characters get introduced in 4. Thought you were playing the newest one that just came out. I was playing Ishin as a little in between. Because it's a side story, so it didn't really need context of the other games other than it's like, haha, I don't know who these people are. I've been sparkly this whole time, but like, yeah. But yeah, I'm still playing through. How can I be playing it 24/7 when I'm not streaming if I've already played it? But yeah. It's fun, and plus I had you get it on a good deal, so anyway, let's go ahead and I'm already moved over here. What do you mean you're gonna bonk me? I wonder, did I get recoil from that? Bonk me one more time, because I'm wondering if maybe the thing that failed to authenticate was the throwing system. Okay, no, I did recoil. Weird. That's gonna bug me, whatever, like, didn't authenticate. Okay. So yes, it is time for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Out! Recoil from your face! What? How dare you? How dare you, psych? Okay. Oh, there's the 2. 3? Wait. Okay, there's only the 2. I was like, how many are in this? Okay, let us go ahead and begin. If the audio is too quiet, let me know.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh. Our first Moida. Oh. Oh. Love Professor Layton, right? I feel like they...
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
I think Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton, that collab game came out before this one, right? Because I think that one influenced this one as far as I can tell. But more than likely it's the other way around, probably. Right, he's got a gun! Our boy that we have not met yet, but we'll know very well. November 22nd, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Sorry, Judicature? Defendants Antechamber 5? I got so hung up on how to pronounce that word, and I think I still got it wrong. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Okay, so it's not all voice acted. That's good. Dang, they got the Undertale text out. I think Undertale has the Phoenix Wright sound, because this is the same sound as it has had. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident, and now here I am, awaiting my trial. Right, Naruhodo. That's enough. He's not obligated to listen to abuse, officer. And who are you? Soka. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. The guy who's animated in 3D. Right, Ryonosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma. Kazuma! Kazuma! I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Their natural habitat. No, that's Archie Bean. That's me. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. Dang, so before joining the Mafia, he was an attorney. Right, well, because I have no idea, like, what year this takes place in, but it's just, wow, I can't believe this is one of Kazuma's ancestors. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryonosuke. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University, but he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. Kazuma and Yumi. Oh! 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like we're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm happy for you and proud as your friend. So I know what time it is. Eh? There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's a mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. If lawyers were only a few years old, Japan first introduced due process court and lawyers in... Oh, okay. So... so this could be... This could be Kazuma's, like, dad or grandpa. Possibly. Well, no, maybe. Kiryu's grandpa, yeah. Technically. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. To be fair, I think he might die. That's just the vibe that I'm getting. that's the vibe that I'm getting from this man's. That would totally make sense too. A mafia member who's well versed in the law. True, because that's how he would know how to break it. Good thing he has a pregnant wife. Oh no. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? That man's like almost looking like Kazuma. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has has personal significance to me. I almost said it has significant significance. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. Why does our lawyer have a katana? It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's for flair. I shall accompany you. All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. She's cute. She's gonna be the... Oh gosh. Maya? I think? I don't remember if that was the alive or dead sister. We have Kiryu, Kazuma, and Yumi. Oh no. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Which means oh gosh, we're not. No, we're probably... I I mean, if anything, we could be Nishida. As I expected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. Kiri's ancestor saved Machima's ancestor in court, and that's why Machi is so obsessed. Oh my gosh. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. That's rude. Choose one, Mountain Dew Code Red. Bombsicle, cream, mystery, Mexican flavor. I don't know what Bombsicle tastes like for Mountain Dew. And I also still haven't tried the Dr. Pepper cream yet, so I don't know if that's good or not. Go with the mystery flavor. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Oh, I was wondering if it was gonna keep zooming in. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. It's probably gonna hold my hand through it. It's strawberry. Oh! Hopefully you enjoy strawberry flavored sodas. 9 a.m. Okay. Oh gosh, we're so nervous. So, this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Jurisdiction. I'm pretty sure that's not it. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to be concentrated, Ionosuke. It's about to begin. Oh gosh, him! I guess it would make sense. The court will now hear the trial of Ionosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obligated to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I mean, we were told to answer. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense.
No way! I can't believe this!
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel. Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. I already like him. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I broke the glass. Oh no! How? Wait, Psych, how did you break the glass? I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. I like how he had his hands like propped up on the sword.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought here before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed.
That was him. I don't have a bottle opener, so I had to pry it open with a butter knife. Oh gosh. Be careful, Psych. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Jurisdiction of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke, it's you. There's no second R in... Well, how would you pronounce it? Because I feel like I'm gonna keep pronouncing it jurisdiction. But I feel like that's not it. Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record, but I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all there. I just have to press E for the court record? All right, there's no time to lose. Sometimes I kind of hope it's just like, press E. What the heck is he talking about? What does E mean? Are we in a video game? Oh God. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. Okay. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Okay. This is, John Wilson. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Okay. Judicature. Oh, okay. Judicature. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Watch me mispronounce it again, though. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. And since you're no longer representing us, aren't you supposed to not be here? No, it's fine, it's fine. He has to hold our hand. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally, and as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates of the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering the professor from a very institution that provides your education, have you no honor?
Wait, when did nobody give to sub? Monday, I think. Thank you for gifting a sub, Psych, to Count Havelock. If you are lurking, feel free to thank Psych if you wish to. If not, feel free to continue lurking. I know how it be. Okay, but I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. This is... No, it's like I lurk on pretty much everybody's stream except for like yours and Peach's. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I wish the fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Early as the 1800s, everyone's carrying what England thinks of true. After playing Ishin, I remember that was like very much an important thing. But I know Ishin takes place at some point before right now. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. Well, I'm sorry, it's a sub-story. I'm not going to go into any more details about Ishin. It's just in the 1800s that... Stop it! All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. He called me partner! The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. It fits because the name's Ryonosuke and Kiryu. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Why do I have a gun in my hand all of a sudden? So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Think they learned? I feel like you have. Maybe? I'm trying to think. I feel like they would have said his first name. Or if I did, I forgot. It's Goro.
Majima Goro.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. The first one.
Yeah, Goro.
How did the Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was... Let's see, we saw in the cutscene that it was a gun. Loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Okay. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Interesting. Okay. Ryonosuke.
I know, I did it.
Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Okay, fine! You don't have to yell at me! Wait, yes. R for present. Not passing all the way through makes gunshot wounds way worse. Yeah, I can imagine. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. He liked me for he can't read. Hello, Nezkins. How are you doing? Oh, Nez. I think. I hope you're the person that I think you are. Right? He's literally me.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy.
Yeah, long time no see. How you doing?
But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is the so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
The first time this has been here. If I believe that they're the right person, I know them through Peach. in a way, but yeah, it has been quite some time.
You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, yes, Peach and Cave. Okay, so yeah. So yeah, I know.
Any friend of Peach is a friend of ours, yes.
In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the report, or into the record. Okay. Interesting that they actually have... I guess they would have pictures, maybe, by now. Photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot in the front of the chest and subsequently died. Okay. Psych and I just thinking the same things. So it's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Okay, so it's a new technology. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts,
kind of looked like he showed up behind him.
In order to apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. Naruhodo. Certainly watched before, yeah. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really can be sticking his oar in, isn't he? Or has been. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of evidence is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Yes, thank you. If you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Oh yeah, you were in the cutscene.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosognaga. Reading advice is evident. Like, we know that I can't read, it's fine. I've been just faking it this whole time. I am the head waiter of the Western-style restaurant called La Carnaval. Oh no, he has the plague? Oh no. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some... Actually can't read, they're just really good at guessing. Right. It's a regular occurrence, it really doesn't bother me. It probably should. Ryunosuke and I really are the same. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter has developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests.
Have they invented washing hands by now? I hope so.
The grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
Would it be Occidental or Occidental? Indeed. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? Occidental, relating to the countries of the West. Oh, interesting. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. Okay, this is probably actually what it was, but okay. Yeah, it was the time. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out of the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him...
I can't believe this!
Right? How dare? A murder? Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
I mean, technically, if I was at the side of him, the bullet wound would be in the side, not his chest.
Yes!
Hold on, just let me clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But... The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. So where'd the other people go? There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, oh, there was a woman sitting opposite of him at the table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about it about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Oh gosh. 'Cause that's like really important. That's really important. Gotta let him speak though, I know. Let me just save. Saving is very important here. Even though this is the first case, so it should be fine.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Also, Naga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a room plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Interesting. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. This thing that I drew clearly backs me up. I was the only one there. So no one can prove me wrong or correct. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. The front of the business card just says, I did it, haha. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Business cards are expensive? Well, I know in Japan it's like a very common thing to like exchange cards, but I guess maybe in the 1800s. Okay, something certainly seems to have shaken him up. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Please stop coughing, sir. Please, please. Oh yeah, that's how people greet each other in Japan. Yeah. It's like a very common thing. I don't know in this time frame if it was common or not, but I know it's like seen as good manners to like exchange business cards when you introduce each other if you're like in a professional setting. I don't know for not so much for casual, but definitely for like a even slightly professional setting. Remember TV ads for getting 1,000 cards for like $5? Oh my gosh.
So, the court has now heard a precious of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. There are multiple major crimes in the history of Japan that were solved thanks to criminals handing over their business card. Ooh. Like when did that start? Because I can actually imagine that being a thing. Defendant Naruhodo. Because then at that point it comes to like second nature to do it. So if you have a premeditated crime, you don't even think about that. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment.
Google says 1700s. Oh, okay. So yeah, that definitely would have been a thing. So it is very, I mean, I guess it is like a more English establishment. He looks probably, I don't know if this guy is actually Japanese or British, but he seems more on the British side of things. So maybe, I don't know. I know I shot you, but have my card. Call me if you need something later. Just, here's my card. I'm totally not going to assassinate you later tonight.
I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court, but I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further on this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? But you just said there was nobody else, right? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge in the persecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Persecution versus prosecution? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? Keep mixing them up. The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryonosuke. I mean, I think my elf pointed out that I kept saying crosswords instead of crossroads. When I was playing 3 yesterday, they said I said it like 3 times. And I didn't even notice until the 3rd. So I'm just bad at reading. That's just a natural fact. I mean, a defense lawyer is to prove innocence even when guilty. True.
Also, hello, Princess Brock. I hope you're doing good today.
The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the persecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Fellow orange name. Defense lawyers are always guilty. True. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Ugh. I had to stay home because of blinding migraine. Oh no. Hopefully it goes by fast. Hopefully you're drinking a good amount of water.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck youth mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
Shows what you know, Ouchie.
The persecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Wait, we're not questioning the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were there! They were there too! I think they were really close by, according to the cutscene too. That heckin' liar. I would change it to blue, but it never stays, so I gave up. Aw. Listening in the background, I'm gonna make some muffins. I want some muffins. The waiter was an unsworn witness, so we can't cross-examine. Aw, man.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iasa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the affluence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyuryo Korokuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Totally been drinking water, yep. You should for migraines. I don't know. I guess I'm not one to talk. I very rarely get migraines. My elf though definitely does.
But they always say be in a dark room and drink water. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with I make my business.
I can't understand a word that man is saying. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I am just saying your words, man. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Lake Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because of its high-class restaurant and with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit has been seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black-uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! Did I just hear somebody go, wee? This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. It was a thing that happened. So, this is the decisive evidence the persecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Prosecution. I'm sorry. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw, at the precise moment the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Stand... Did you bring a baby into the court, sir? Standing by, ready to report, sir!
Unsavory memories of a most acabic afternoon. Or acabic, I don't know.
You gotta look inside yourself. What am I willing to put up with today?
No, this is fine. This is fine. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on an English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Nope, we are gonna cross-examine that for sure. Just doing a regulation beefsteak, right?
I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded curious Picuro.
Psych, I didn't know you were in this. Making it easy for us, right? It's the first trial. Want someone to call me a golden curio? Well. Wait! Just my little wing. Well, so you, Sergeant, no, sir, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel, unforgiving enemy, sir.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in broad light of day. It's like the early 1800s all over again.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true to Yonosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. But why would you do that, honestly? After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryonosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now!
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Just having his hand. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? Yes! Calmly holds up hand. It's like, me, pick me. The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Do.
Dear me. Let me guess. The Hatsumaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Dumbledore said calmly. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma's so commanding. I wish I could be like that. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. All right, this is where the battle really begins, Ryonosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire that gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing it is the evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryonosuke. Don't let them beat you. All right then. It's all or nothing. Ryonosuke's so cute. He's good. Okay, so let's see. We gotta go. Don't really. Oh my gosh, it has to slowly go through. Okay. Discharge. Observe the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniformed fired on the English civilian from the back. From the back? No, you silly. He was shot from the front. Whoops.
Yes!
And the music stopped, which means we did it right. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of the subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma. What?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the evidence that there's a clear discrepancy here with the surgeon's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iasenosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. Yes. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because turning sergeant into surgeon with a T. Because take a close look at the print. I'm the victim today, not Dr. Wilson, it's me. Might take a little. There we go. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Okay, I will hydrate with actual water. while Kiryu serenades us.
Hi, Majima.
Just in the corner. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, there's the baby. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Back to the portal dimension. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Sorry, Jimbo, looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm. No! Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir.
What?
Last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond unreasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So, it was at this moment that he fell in love with Kazuma. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. The university cadet there. He was firing the firearm directly at the victim's back. He said it. He said the name. Roll credits. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Too busy looking at curios. True. Treasure.
Indeed! The Hoera Koban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket, a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rashute.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? How did he not shatter the bottle, right? It's probably gonna lead up to that.
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoey treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
He's a weak old man, true. You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoey treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? This man is gonna keep saying it, and I'm gonna keep getting attacked. Man, y'all just keep wanting to look at my thighs. I see.
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoey koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Professor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger in the front gate, but we will not find a wolf at the back.
Did I say professor instead of prosecutor?
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Idol. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Idol. Tension. Tension? Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Can we cross? Is the baby gonna testify? Okay, the true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it was almost the same thing. Why is the liar allowed to testify again, right? 'Cause you know. Just in case he merely forgot, or his memory's cloudy or whatever. Because more than likely it's both of them lying. Okay. It's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see when I was crawling on the floor.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Majida! He's getting closer.
I found a takoyaki umaibo and like, yo, I want a umaibo. I haven't had an umaibo in years. Wait, that's just nonsense. What was the last thing that the guy was saying? These testimonies are certainly compelling. Okay. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at a table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
I miss when he sounded like that.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of this court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
Indeed, of the table of which the victim was dining, taken by the investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. I am softening his voice because I know he's going to be, like, one of the most prominent characters, and I probably shouldn't have it be like in so situation. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime, okay. So a bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen at the victim's table. Interesting. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'd be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all.
You want an ada?
Okay, give me a second. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
They're very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Really can't do it without laughing because it's silly. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times. What?
It's all the Yakuza. It's the whole Tosa clan, Tojo clan coming to rescue them. It's like, we can't get you locked up. Okay. So there wasn't necessarily anything to present, I don't think. Yeah. So we're just gonna have to kind of look at what's suspicious about what they say. And kind of maybe press them. Which I believe pressing doesn't have any negative connotations. Smokey says, hi, I've already given her face scritches for you.
Oh, thank you. Did you give her little chest scritches too? Okay.
What I saw wasn't the precise moment. It was almost the same thing. Pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was... I'm gonna press this?
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at the point in time, but I've told you already, it's only because I picked it up off the floor!
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang. gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament.
Why do I have this? I'm sorry, I'm okay.
Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the korban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Okay, so it wasn't that one. Visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. So maybe it wants us to press this one? You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. I'm trying to place the voice actor now. Cause it kind of sounded like the SpongeBob voice actor a little bit. I don't remember his name, but like it sounds like when he's doing the rabbit voice.
As you have been in pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there had been more people dining here at the time, and someone else could have noticed her. Let me look at the picture again. Yeah, there's only one set of dining ware. Okay. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. Wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hota Clinic. Yes, that would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. The guy's just giving up evidence, right? We just gotta press the witnesses until the other guy is just like, hey, here's all the stuff that I've hidden from the court until right now. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. Interesting, so it was like right after the out. The very day of the incident.
So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Oh my gosh, you're redeeming so many things, Psych.
Let's see. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle. 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 Ah! Remember, you can request it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yeah, why wouldn't we?
Yes!
Give that to me. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
Cause I said please.
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection.
Whether or not they are of concern is up for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend.
Wow. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Okay, so Mhota Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. Okay. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear ya.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you.
Didn't know your voice could go that deep. What deep?
Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuta-san.
No. Wow. Let's see. Indeed, alone, he was dining all by himself. Okay, I'm gonna... It's kind of tricky to look at the evidence. Wow. I just want to, like, take a closer look at it, look at the details, but it won't let me.
It won't let me.
Okay. Dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched over and out. I mean, Oh, I didn't want to continue. I wanted to go back. Excellent work, Ryonosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail? Well, I tried, but it wouldn't let me. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. They're the ones that you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Okay, so I was just trying to do it a little bit too early. We gotta wait for the cutscene, silly, true. I didn't know, but I guess it makes sense because it's like the first trial, so it's kind of teaching you the methods.
It's like, this ain't my first Ace Attorney.
Okay. Use up, left, down, right. Ooh. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles by using VODs. I can't just use my mouse. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner. Aiba, or Aibel, one of them. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. Psych, why are you messaging me on Steam? Why are you messaging me on Steam? Did the chat break? I know I'm still live. Don't worry about... You silly. See if there's something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use I need to use the arrow keys, WASD, and space to inspect any areas of my evidence that look suspicious. Okay. Okay, I can spin it with my cursor. That's gonna be good. What is this? Can't find anything out of place. This? It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Oh gosh, a family doctor. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Oh no. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. Right? Me for real, for real? You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed.
A stretch and a hydrate. Okay, let's do that.
Oh, maybe the corner of this paper? Yeah, it's pulsating.
Majima, hello! They're giving me so many visits today.
Oh. Heard those cracks? What? I didn't think my joints were that loud. Maybe it was my chair. There's a lot to look at here. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Oh, that's definitely bones. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Though it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink beside water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Oh, so that could prove... Okay, so we can I don't know what statement we would cross-examine that with, but we would be like, hey, he wasn't allowed to eat for 3 hours, and this was 1 hour after the appointment. There's only one plate of food, which obviously he's not eating it. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report cards information has been updated and okay. So, the statement, you know, the one. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay, so let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and like save again. The Ace Attorney games are like the one game that I will just repeatedly save. Okay. So it wasn't that one. Pointing his gun at the foreign man. Okay. Whoops. That might have been the one. Wait. It's either this one or the other one. Will it let me go back? Let me... I want it... Why can't I go back? We have even more to go on now. I still don't feel like the situation has really changed, though. No discrepancies have come to light, and that's what we need. I'm sorry. Oh, I think the situation has changed a great deal. We've come a long way. How so? Because we have just what we need. I wanted to take a better look at the other thing, but it wouldn't let me go back. It would only let me go forward. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now. Then do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? Yeah, it's just in one of two statements. The crucial point is the victim has been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. The fact has not been brought to the court's attention. He's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light. Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. Okay. Because I don't know if it's... Because I wanted to double check this statement. A visual search of the premises... Okay, I feel like I would present it on the old man as opposed to the sergeant. Okay, so present. This would be the first one. Because I think if I present this one, they'll get confused. Neural voice and reading the dialogue instead of doing voice. Wait! I don't know about that, Psych. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? Why are we... Wait. I didn't press. We just looked at it. Oops. Why can't I skip it? We've seen this already!
Hello! Hello, Majima!
Okay, we gotta skip through this because I pressed the wrong button like a silly. Like a silly. And it won't let me speed through it. Ah! Sorry, I was thinking about Majima! I'm sorry! I'm sorry, I got quiet because I was thinking of Majima! Okay, I'll just do a little dance while I'm in front of the thing and almost accidentally activate it again. Okay, here we go. Yes! Have a drink. Okay. Well, I think,
What about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was that you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right. And thanks for the advice. Korekuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Right, they are so gonna smooch after this.
She, and I don't see. What is it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we are finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil. What?
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
I can't believe this.
Well, believe it.
What? That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't...
Kurekato-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard. When he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No. No way, I can't believe this.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Oh! He got confident in his desk slam. But that cannot possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we know now, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. The anesthesiac, I think. Expertly done, partner. Eyeball.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Huh? Yes, most definitely! I'm totally paying attention to what's going on. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Just gotta turn the chessboard! Yeah! Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense in this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Headcanon that Zeph threw their arm in the air when they shouted, yeah. Nah, maybe. I don't know. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... It was me! The victim himself, me, the two witnesses, an as yet unknown third party that we are very confident was there. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the... It was Majima! Who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak at his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. Ugh. This is why my mom was watching Law and Order, maybe. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through the ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma. And this tutorial is intense, right?
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, the two witnesses on the stand. What? Who are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that you two are deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in killing.
Complicit in murder? No!
Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. The baby too, right? I was just following orders.
That's right. As the man says, just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What?
No way! I can't believe this!
What did you say, Kodakata-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders?
Now, hold on, lad. I was,
Hey guys, 2 quick questions. Number 1, what the fuck am I looking at?
You're looking at a court trial.
Can you stop?
No, we can't. We're not even done with the tutorial, Callie. It's fine.
For 5 seconds?
It's fine, Callie. What, do you want Ryunosuke to die? I don't think you do. So you never saw this gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
Almost 2 hours of it, and it's still the tutorial. I think we're... I don't know, maybe we'll be at the end by the break. I don't know yet.
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel. Explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The persecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
It's classified. So you prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? Now you're swapping them the other way around? No! You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any idea about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Well, of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Xephoria's trial overthrew the entire Japanese government. It's fine. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything, make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Okay, I'm gonna take this as a moment to look in the court record. Or wait, no, we need to, yeah. Let me take a look at this. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation. They... I knew they were too nicely detailed in their design. The waiter was a cop. Oh gosh, okay. I knew.
No way. I can't believe this.
I knew his business card was gonna be sus. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I will assure you.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I have no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. If I need to actually do that, then I need to look and see what his name was. Satoru Hosonaga, okay. I just noticed the judge has a bottle of alcohol. Does he? I'll have to see that when he shows up again. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Present.
Yes.
I'm glad it didn't make me choose from a list of names. I don't know why I assumed. Well, surely it would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? We did it. Would that be a bottle of alcohol that he has there? My guess. I don't know. I mean, it could just be like a very fancy cup of water. Maybe I feel like sake is usually like in a different type of bottle. Like it wouldn't be in a necessarily glass bottle. I could be wrong about that. I'm not I'm the opposite of a connoisseur of that kind of stuff, so I know very little. If it's not in Yakuza, I don't know about it. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even the head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, counsel. What? Sorry, I was distracted by the fact that the music didn't stop when I presented it.
I think, Your Excellency, that what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused.
Sorry?
A blackguard who would stoop to presenting irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. This is the true nature of this rookie. What else would I present other than his card?
Try again. Go over all the evidence we have one more time. There's something in there that proves who this waiter really is. I'm sure of it. All right then. I'll try. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. So, would we examine it and then turn it around? Because we don't... We didn't actually look at it. It might give us more evidence if we actually look at it. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, the business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector. What on earth? It didn't work because we didn't know, the characters didn't know it was there, but we knew. I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... There we go, now it's updated. Now we can actually... Now they can know to look on the other side of the card. Can I get your quick opinion on something? Maybe.
What do you need an opinion on?
Okay, there we go. Now we can present it. The music still didn't stop. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I'm gonna send you your character here and I need you to tell me the very first character that comes to mind. Okay. I'll look at it real quick. Big hair. I think the first character that came to mind is Amethyst, I think. It was, I don't know if it was specifically Amethyst, but it was definitely like a Steven universe. Because there are actually quite a few characters that have big hair in there, but... I agree it shows great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Yeah, younger Greg, or, oh gosh, I can't remember her name. Sardonyx, I think? No, I don't think that's right. Is it? The one that's like, fusion is a weak tactic, or a cheap tactic to make weak gems stronger. Jasper, okay, yeah, definitely not Sardonyx. After I said the name, I was like, no, that's not it. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or Malachite. Oh, okay. Yeah. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes! It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Ryunosuke is me for real, for real. Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of this restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. If any time Elf comes home, English simply deletes itself. No, it's fine, it's fine.
What? The waiter's a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular citizens or civilians are concerned. Cracker. Oh gosh, you heard that? Oh no. So witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman in the scene? Well...
Hello?
You're... Huh? Huh? It's like the baby that said hold it. Oh, hi! Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. It's gonna be revealed that, like, the gentlewoman was, like, his girlfriend or something. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course! Your salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents in the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then. Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your personal capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Did I misread professional somehow? Unbelievable. As I suspected. Personally. Bang. Oh no, we got shot now. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed was an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then I had received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Huh. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman to be murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as a primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Dum. Dum. Ryunosuke is what, like, why did everybody get quiet when I said that? One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. No. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezebel Brett. No, that's not Jezebel. Jeziel? Jezale? She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility. What is happening here? Man. From the back, the butler detective man is tall. Training. Oh, maybe he's like, I think it's probably still a perspective thing, but definitely a height difference between these guys. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Well, you're not doing a very good job about it now, right? Well, I mean, the jig is already up, so it's like, we might as well. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be desecration of a justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of the ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jeziel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you're going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau!
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. You really should probably get that checked out, sir. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jeziel Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes! Your Excellency!
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. He just got pneumonia, it's alright. But he's coughing up blood! Okay. We're finally in the To be continued part of the section. Save your progress, yes. Pneumonia does that. I mean, still, what if it's more than just pneumonia? What if he's dying? We're gonna see, like, the end of the trial and he's just gonna be dead on the ground. November 22nd, 11:38 a.m. Okay. I mean, pneumonia is already lethal. I don't know, man. Excellent work, Leonosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies with in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I go through this, I don't want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Jeziel Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she is hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Or she was. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was too busy looking at the gun. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I've told this story like 5 times now. I wonder what Japanese word they're using for gentlewoman. Good question. My mind is saying fujoshi, but I don't know if that's exactly it. Didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Oh, that's new. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area. Isn't fujoshi somewhat... Oh, okay, so yeah, it's not fujoshi. Oops. There you are. Well done, both of you. Well, fujoshi is specifically directed towards girls who are obsessed with that. I don't know if there's like... I don't know if there would be another gendered like equivalent. But I know fujoshi is like specifically a girl obsessed with BL. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yeah, I'm pretty sure either Kazuma with the name is either gonna die or Kazuma with the face is gonna die. One of them. Let's see. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that either, or I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you! Now then. Wonder what their old alternate art looks like. Their old alternate art? For these characters? Or... I'm confused. Like Inui Neko. Oh. I think it's just the models. That are like... I think it would look more crunchy because it was... I think on the 3DS? I don't think it was released in the US on the 3DS, but... I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then... I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. If I lose, then we can't kiss. All right then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. It's gonna hurt when he dies. I don't even know if he does die, but my brain is just like, yep, this is... This is gonna be like the first Ace Attorney, where the person that helps you dies immediately, and then you have to... Okay, anyway. 1209. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to... Sapona the witness? What? I hope I pronounced that right.
Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we formed with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Subpoena. That seems like a really weird word. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Z-snap. You really have nothing to worry about, Inosuke.
What do you mean?
It means to acquire a person and bring to... makes sense. A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is that what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Oh!
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who can't arguably study harder, or could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, the trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jeziel Brett.
Yes! Your Excellency!
Okay. Ooh, that's a very big hat. Did she have a tail? Probably.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? I was waiting for so long. No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. Had my finger on the button for several minutes. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter of Le Carnival, but
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet, your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of descriptions are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again. Hello. Oh, you're all the way up there. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. No.
Ooh.
I cannot read that.
It's so fun doing both of those at once, right? It matches. Fits. Speaking English. It's very scribbly cursive. That's what English is. I can't read cursive. At least not that scribbly.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
Those are words. The lady says her name is Jeziel Brett. She comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, If we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Oh, you fool, I secretly speak English. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. It autosaved. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? It's just gonna be no. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes. It would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. She does have kind of like a little like swan tail going on. Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. No need to cross-examine, nope.
You gotta look at yourself and say, what am I willing to put up with today? Not fucking today!
Well, of course, the actual murderer would say that, right? It's like, it's not me. It was you. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Okay, let's see what we got.
Frightening and sorrowful sight. I can't wait for Ace Attorney Battler's chess game, right? Oh my gosh, can you imagine like an actual Ace Attorney Umineko? Oh my gosh, her doing this is gonna be part of the testimony. I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Just present there. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I guess her facial expressions will play a role, possibly. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. Yes, it is! No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all! Well, neither do we, and we're claiming we're the culprit. True.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at all this snow. Look at the snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. It's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It's truly goaded for real. Okay. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere on her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. You can probably hide it in your hat. Or under your hat. Those are the witness's own words of the matter. Never ask a woman where she hides a pistol, right? Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I'd allowed her to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Please don't say that thought out loud, Ryonosuke. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryonosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun there that day! I can't even talk about the thoughts that you put into my head because you haven't even encountered that, so it would be spoilers. You're right about that, which means the lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Oh, she's sneaky. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency! The frightening and sorrowful sight. Okay. So, oh, okay. Would... I guess 3 technically counts as a slightly late luncheon to these people. Or you think about like it, or were you thinking about lifting up much? Are those 2 statements? I don't think those 2 statements are unrelated. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Objection, there was also a glass there. I mean, like, technically. Oops. There's wine, but I don't know if that actually, like, makes any real difference. I'm almost wondering if that would be, like, a little too easy to, or not too easy, a little bit too early? I don't know. They got into a fierce argument. I kind of want to press on that. Yeah, pressing doesn't have a penalty, it's just presenting does. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku Englishu.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. I really wish, like, her claiming to not know... Well, no, wait, no, they were both English people. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties with what you said, doesn't it? Yes. I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
She's smiling. She knows she's trying to get away with something.
Not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I'll press that. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had the gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the...
Hello.
What? I didn't think that would advance. I will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Okay, what did it say? There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. A highly suspicious lady in the stand. Okay. Dirty. Your baseless accusations could only very well cause an international accident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
The lady's merely stating what she saw. I know, incident and accident is something that I'm aware that I swap around. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. If you just press that, only culprits are the people that say obviously. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I have verified it personally. You verified it? Only Sith deals an absolute right? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not?
The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was absolutely no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertions with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. I don't think we have anything for that right now. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Sorry, I was distracted by her cutely going like... Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she was in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she was only too happy to cooperate and testify here in the court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you!
So she's maintaining that you've gotten into an argument with a professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency with her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. So I have to press her on that first one, because I think the first one was the only one that I didn't press. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Okay. Because yeah, that was the only one that we didn't press on, I believe. What do you mean a slightly late luncheon? It was at 2. After 2 p.m. in fact. That's quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right?
No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove with the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. No! That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English.
Oh gosh, he's turning into Lamadalta.
What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Wait, did we not press this one? I don't think we actually pressed this one, so this was the one to press. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hota Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact?
No.
It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would seem that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right. Yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you into terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Oh, right, it's not wine, it's carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Add that to your testimony. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Add that to your testimony right now. Right now, there's one glass. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. Put that in there right now. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Thank you for this judge. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to the official testimony. Oh gosh. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor, and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Okay, so press. Yes. No, I didn't mean to press. I meant to present. Heck. So you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually... I'm sorry. I'm sorry! Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opens its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. Why are you looking at us, Ryunosuke? We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. I wonder if we can go back. Okay, cool. We just have to use WASD instead of the arrows to go back. Okay. So present. So we can either present that he was. They would probably be like, sparkling water is the same as hi. But I think it would probably be more beneficial to show the actual image, considering, you know, there's only the one glass.
Yes.
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers.
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor just said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minute? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make on this case?
Minutiae, you say? What even is that? Could that be the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Minotia? Minotia? That's how you pronounce it? Okay. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Minutia. Minutia. Small, precise, or trivial details. Oh, is it like an old form of minute? Inspector, what did the lady say? She said, you. It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. No, it's a common modern. Oh. Minutia. I don't know. It's not common to me. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious.
body.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon's companion before her very eyes.
She's like, bleh.
Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
That's absurd. What's absurd is how much I'm getting hit. I'm just saying. Try to lay you one more time. What you gonna do? Oh no, the throw is kind of cut off at an edge. What happened? Oh yeah, my point is, if you can't conceal a gun, how did you conceal the glass? Giggles to my heart. That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young, beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag that she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. That's... explain the gun then!
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now.
Yo, dame nano yo. Nanaga, sugi de, sugi de. Dore dake tsuyoi yo sagete mo machiman ni omoi naga magamitai.
Hello! However, the fact remains that this glass was absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Absolutely not. Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that this has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can denounce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Jeziel Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you have to not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time?
Thank you to your
Bungling incompetence, she now has to endure these unfortunate accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh gosh, he's going into a coughing fit. Well, what a sorry situation. And clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about, conveniently, until right now. This photographic print. She can't be charged because her translator is gonna die right now. This print of the photograph that... Huh.
Hello, Rocket.
What clown are you converting from murder, and what lawyer is guilty free the structure? We're defending ourselves. We got this British woman. What? Okay, I'm not a bug. Rocket has told me that buggy is being used as a term of endearment. It's like how I call you Iggy's. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You could see right through what's inside. You're bugging me. What? Say it ain't so, psych. Say it ain't so. That's right.
Majima!
Oh gosh, he was coming out of the hat. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are in the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Narahodo-san. Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the courtroom. Okay. Right, -5 health. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Well, let me see if I can examine this. Oh, I can't look in the details because it's not a 3D object. But like this seems very important. This is absolutely important. I just don't know for what yet. Mark of the beast, right? The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room of doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Think highly of Buggy because I'm inspiring entomologist and it's just me referring to people as things he. Oh, also, are you sick right now, Rocket? Yes or no? I want to make sure that you didn't drink your AC water. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryonosuke. Huh? Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. No, I never drank it. Good. What? You mean this is it? Or is I'm a thing?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew onto your heart's content from the inside of your shell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma... his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma... What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke, I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Use my old scrap metal bucket, yeah. Wait, you didn't... And then when I tweeted about it, someone said because the water is stored in the open and is static, there's a chance the water has been contaminated. Yeah. Yeah, I thought you said that you weren't gonna drink from that. Because you knew that it stored, like, harmful metals and stuff. But yeah, it being stagnant in that definitely would have been bad as well. I'm not going out of my way, out the way of Oregon Trail. I never drank it good. Yes, I am desperate. But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Saying why I never drank it, yeah. You will identify for the court where in this place we can see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Right here. Right here. Why is it not flashing? Does it not need to flash? Or does it need to flash?
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
It'll be over immediately. 5 tries available. Right.
Dear me, I was wondering what little piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent woman's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the case of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. Yeah, it's very specific. Why is she wearing multiple masks? It's just the one. Like, she has the hat to block her face, and then if she lifts her face enough that the hat would not block it, she blocks it with the mask. Maybe, unless I missed something in the design. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the base can be shown, or the case, I cannot allow for any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. She has the handheld mask and the mask of a killer. Looks like a crab? What? What looks like a crab? Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pressing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Okay, I have so many questions, right? You came in at the second half of the trial.
Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. What do we have? Because that's our little pin. Let me examine nope, that was not the examine button. There's nothing really here anywhere. No, thankfully these games are easy to follow, but it's more design choices that are confusing me, fair enough. Is there anything in here? Oh! That! The thing! Okay. Okay, we found it. Whew. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves that what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. What? Present it. There we go. Yes. What's this, counsel? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how this plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
It's right there, you nerd.
Yes!
The beefsteak.
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate?
Oh! Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess that it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape! Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if that happened on the day of the question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It's most likely it happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Persecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But what?
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago, and although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. Also, I feel like that would be a part where, like, it would really hurt. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. I have a scar on the exact same spot on my wrist. Oh, is that from the knife fight thing that you mentioned? Or like the, not knife fight, but like that one event? How you know my lore? Because you mentioned it on your stream before. I remember you were like explaining it and I was like, okay, let me note that down for my OC lore. It's just like, okay, if you put ice on it. Hello, Pistol Lip! How are you doing? We're talking about scars, but we're still in the first trial. Let's see, what were you playing? Elden Ring. Ooh, were you having fun? I still need to play it. I got gifted it. Hello, Majima. I got gifted it. I'll probably play it off stream at one point because I'm not that great at Souls. But I don't know. I was having fun, but I'm sucking. Oh no, I probably would too. I feel like those games is just a lot of like trial and error almost. But at least you're having fun. If you want a co-op partner, you can hit me up. I've been told that for a few, but yeah, maybe. But I don't know, because I got gifted it for I think Christmas. I don't remember. But it's just been sitting in my library. I opened it up once and I was like, I don't feel like making my character right now. That's gonna take an hour. Trial and error, timing, spacing, a lot goes into it. Yeah, I can assume.
But yes, anybody who came in from the raid, please enjoy yourself. If you need to get a snack or use the bathroom, or if you need to just go and do what you need to do, that is all fine. Otherwise, you can feel free to lurk.
It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
Yes! There you have it. Something isn't right there. As the detective said, Anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. Yeah, it would have to be a post-mortem injury, I believe. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. Oh, that, or maybe it was like at the same time as getting shot, maybe. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique seller, or antique stealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aoki?
Yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Yonosuke, do you think? I don't. Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe
No way! I can't believe this!
we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. It makes the most sense. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Say it in red, he was already dead! It's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. They hid under the bed until the investigators left. Then they switched into the closet. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Knox is 5th. There's no secret passages allowed. I think it was 5th.
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp on the facts.
No, Prosecutor Aoki, it's you has no grasp on the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? The gunshot to hide the poison, right? Distract you with a bullet. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. Greetings, lawful mortals.
Hello, how are you doing today?
It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Farts to cover up fatal gunshot. Oh no. No, it was the fart that killed him. What was that smile? Well, I say lawful. These courtrooms are really more chaotic, absolutely.
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Look out,
Oh no. Beyond a reasonable doubt, that's pretty high standards for an Ace Attorney game, right?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
See, that makes sense. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
Because I've been lying. My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Well,
You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. You are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
yeah. just the one audio bit. Fires gun into the professor just says, oh no. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting. Ryonosuke. Do any of these people have their passport? That's a good question. I feel like she might be the only one who'd carry it around. Everybody else would be like, what? Nobody told me? Actually, no. Maybe everybody but Ryonosuke.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way the man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on that anyway.
I fully intend the judge to be like, yes, our country is in shambles, isn't it? That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice from what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination of the trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Oh. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
I might use this as a moment to take a break, though. Because we have been going for a little bit over 3 hours. So I might, if that is okay for us to take a little break here.
Oops, I didn't actually save there. There we go. Professor, are you okay? Oh god, oh no. No, not okay. No. No. We'll be back. It'll only be 10 minutes. Gotta stay. No, I need to take a little break. Forever, since you're asking. No, not at all. Okay. Since this is the last cross-examination, it should be fine. You still the other day you die. No! No! Take it for okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. It sounded like there was 2 of those there. Okay. So yes, we will take a little break. A little 10-minute break. This is a good time to get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you need to do. And then we will cross-examine this lady. I don't know exactly like what Callie broke apparently. Wait, why did it everything's breaking? Okay, I guess this is a good excuse to go. If you don't trust me, trust this person telling you to take a break. Okay. But yeah, so, since things are broken now, apparently, it's a good time to take a break. So I will see everybody in 10 minutes, okay? Okay. Oh gosh, the clips are broken too. No! I seriously don't know where the clips went. Ah. Eternally screaming. Oh gosh. No. No, 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 no. Get the guy. Okay, bye. Ow. Oh gosh, it's on the ceiling. What? What is happening? What? Who is doing the singing? Who is going? Anyway. Hello, E103 symbol. Time to kill. Kill my brother. Kill brother. Kill. 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 Destroy. You are a creation of Eggman, which means you are enemy. It can't all be great. Every now and again it has to be haha dragon go rar. You're a squid, you're a kid, you're a skid.
You dare insinuate that I would give in to your whims? First, you have to strip and kiss my toes, and then maybe I will consider saying such vulgar words.
Auto click forward and then just end up getting wrecked. Because that's my luck. Oh wait, I just healed my SP. Why aren't I using my SP? I need to heal. Ah! Oh, I'm not gonna look into this thing because. Why is the button to heat seek against the rings the same button as bouncing on the ground? Let me get her. What are these chows? Do I eat them? What is this melody? Initiating self-destruct mode.
Let's do this.
No.
Let
No.
me show you my real.
No. No. You stay right there. Maybe I'll do that so it doesn't do the little trailer thing. I need. No, it needs to be higher pitch. Don't you want to be just like your old pal Spamton? Take the deal. Yes. Now that's what I'm talking about. You got guts, kid. That's discomfort and abdominal pain in my guts. Get big and win wild prizes. Let me be a big shot. And also don't kill me.
Say cheese. Ah!
Oh gosh, we got a tiny face.
We got a tiny face.
Just don't break the window. The AC is on, and she's listening to her favorite music.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, my water bottle is down here.
Anyway, not for 7, but for another Final Fantasy with a cute mommy. Delicious boobies.
Oh God!
What a song.
God, just let me get in those movies one time.
Me too, Danny. Me too. Okay, oh, sorry, I bonked you guys. I need to see if Crimson is still in chat. Okay, he is. Oh no. Waits in fear for the clip. I think. I just wish I remember how to activate breakdance. Yay!
We did it.
Well, I didn't. Oh. Okay, everybody. Be prepared for the worst. Oh no, I've been cucked. and making them listen to me. They went from a quid skid. A squid kid to a furball. Had to reset there for a second. Oh my gosh. You know what? I think me messing up on simple words. Stop. You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. The sacrificial ritual was the...
Oh, thank.
That's a YouTube subscription. Wow, I can't believe Mickey Mouse subscribed to my YouTube. Haha.
My nose itchy.
Okay.
This game will make you
In 5 seconds, out. Red light, green light, no. No, 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 no. Ingots are heavy, so she can only carry out one at a time. Furthermore, she takes 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. Okay. So... The full plump feeling. No, Kichi, no. plentiful, plump feeling on my left shoulder and the sour sensation of a young, unripe fruit on my right. Keiichi, no. How? Boom, boom, bang. Hey. Don't. Like, hey, Nightbot. No bully. You can bully other bots, but no bully friends. Whoops. During karate lessons. It's the transfer machine for getting Chow from the other games. Ah, I see. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I look very wild in that one.
And we're back. Okay, hopefully... There he is! Hello! Okay, so that shows that it got fixed. I don't know why it broke, like...
Oh no, I'm small. Oh gosh, I think my tracking is gonna be scuffed because I updated. No. I like how you you summon my old form and then you banish it immediately.
Okay. Now I'm small down here.
Okay. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Are you sure? But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. What a wave of events to walk in on. What happened to your break during your break? I went to the bathroom. I grabbed one of the I got a Ami order. So I grabbed that. I have pins for the Tojo clan and the Majima family, and then I also got Nendoroids for Kana and Mousy. And then I was just like, man, I'm kind of hungry, but I have nothing to snack on, so I guess I'll just starve. But yeah, that's what happened. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? What? Ah! What fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right! As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Well, I can't. Anyway. Oh no. Okay. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast, but we already established that you were the only one with a glass. Oh wait, no, you took one. Never mind. We fixed that establishment. Isa comes in on my lap while we watch. Oh. I could either be really cute or really sus. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? I'm still trying to prose some wild bit of information from this, or for this morning, but I see water thing still makes me laugh, but it's like knowing your online best friend for 3 years is learning every bit of trauma they have to experience, and just one day learning they have a cat for 6 years. What? It's really, really sus. Whoa. As you've testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that. Bubbly water is the only correct way to drink water. With me, it's like, if it's bubbly but unflavored, it's just like, I don't know. I know, places in Europe, like, really like it. Like that's like the default water is sparkling water. But like it's just like if it's not flavored, I don't know, maybe I haven't don't know. Maybe I haven't had the right ones. Because I think I have the ones that are like meant to be flavor, but like the flavoring's gone. So it's just like, I was expecting Sprite. Bunny just chilling on lap with nothing unsay so. Nothing good unsay so could happen. Truly not. Truly not. Brand really matter. True. True, true, true. Yeah, so the information at the time I recreated to be funny at the time, but the shock of it didn't hit until I got home. Oh no. Damn you. Aha! I've had enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. So now oh no, it got sus way fast. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. Okay, we'll press that. It should be noted the acid used to make water bubbly is somewhat sour. True. So yeah, that's probably what I'm tasting, is just like, eh. But yeah, oh no. Waterloo is probably the best, followed by bubbly. I haven't tried bubbly, but like, I don't know, the logo makes me want to try it because it looks like a friend. I've only tried Waterloo and Target though. Weird. Because yeah, I feel like I haven't heard of Waterloo, but maybe I just don't look at them. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense! The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought out to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had been cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. Also, since it's acidic, it's probably not good for your teeth. Probably not. But yes, that makes bubbly water and milk, and you can make it instant. True, you can instantly make spoiled milk. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. I feel like that is the one to present something on, but I don't think I have... I don't think I have the right thing at the moment.
Hello, nobody. How are you doing? Do-do-do-do.
Oh, I think it's silent now. My bad, I still had it set up for art. Do-do-do-do. There we go. I mean, water is about 7, sparkling is about 5 to 7, depending on how carbonated. True. I'm just typing a lot of words so you can read them out loud and get distracted from the game. I hope you enjoy the style, Frank. How dare you? And be titled. Oh no. Okay. What were we looking at? Hi, Majima. I got confused. Okay, what was the last? Let me look. Loss of blood from the gunshot to the chest. The thing did not go through the body. The blood loss was from the bullet, so I don't think the thing would actually be a good thing to press there. Must take my leave. Was great seeing you. Yeah, it's like I said, it's been so long. She'll be back at some point. Yee. You'll be back lurking one day or another. Ooh, Lisa rolled a 3.
She was in danger.
Let's see. There's only some. If there's some other way a man's life could be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. What characteristics would be amplified by a half dog, half bunny? Ears, probably. I feel like ears would be a very prominent feature. A tail. I feel like there would be some change with the tail, but I'm not sure what exactly. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, big old floppy ears.
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height,
However, a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right there, lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces of all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark?
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
The blood loss was from the hole made from the bullet. It's not the bullet that lets the blood out, it just makes the opening, yeah. But not with poison, right? Poison's the only one. That would be, it's poison from the cup. That's why the cup in her bag. Ooh, maybe. Oh, true. I think it was the poison in the cup in her bag. That's what it is.
Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
But of course, the country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick it up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination, but in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Kazuma, why is your headband blowing about? We're inside, it's fine. It's been doing that all day.
Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days before the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction...
The vital evidence may be found. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and pursue the crime scene. Can I look at what you're thinking, sir?
I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow. A lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Persecutor Outsy is finally starting to see sense. This is... You misread 5 different words? What did I misread? Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful as about this as I can, you understand? You said days before. Okay, I know days after the accident, but I just didn't call attention to it. I didn't fix it. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't quite seem right. What do you think, Ryonosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But what would that mean? I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryonosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. Wait. What do you mean I may be Bart Bunny? Wait. What do you mean? About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. This man actively coughing up blood. Get this man help, right? The detective? Yes. I don't think being a bunny would make me silly. I don't think you have to be a bunny to be silly. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. No other animal is silly. Exclusively bunnies. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Not all buns. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. I'm not an undead dragon. Where'd the mountain goat come from? My goodness. Okay. Last statement. Press. Yes. Press again. Inferior. What do you mean by that? Can I... Okay. It'll kind of go forward in chunks.
Wait.
Oh, okay. Can I look at that now? Can I look at it now? Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Maybe you're the Draco of Ice and Wing and Horn friendly.
Yes, very friendly chat.
Wait, they're even mountain goats in the damn area. What is that? What? I'm confused. Rocket, I'm so confused. There's only one way to find out the bunny ears. I've just been banished. Bunny with bunny ears now. Oh, that reminds me. I haven't shown you Iggy's. I can do something kind of cursed. Do you want to see? Do you want to see something cursed? No! Oh gosh. It'll be a surprise when I unfreeze. When I unfreeze, you will see the cursed. If it's cursed enough, I will leave. But there, I have been undragoned. I have been undragoned. Okay. Let me just fix it. Okay, there we go. We're good now. We're good now. There was an imposter? Really? Oh no. Man, I took my face off of screen for 2 seconds and there was an imposter? Oh man. Full human. Oh gosh, there was a human here? Oh gosh. Let me at him. I'll get him. Okay. Anyway, let's go. Let's keep going. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Now take the horns off the gremlin. Oh gosh. I mean, I technically can, but it'll take a little bit. Up until now, the detective has been on the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? Human Zeph is at risk of being infected by me, and human Dragon Zeph is at risk of me eating your tail. My wings! You better not, Rocket. It's fun here. Yeah, it is. When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. Want to eat the ears? No, don't eat my ears. Don't eat me. No. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
No eating.
It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryonosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with AD, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information up to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with AD and focus on the detective, then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Yeah, I can't have roasted tail without deep fried dragon.
Wait.
What? Even he's amazed. Even he's shocked and appalled.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
God, what's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry.
Hello, Majima.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault in her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's innately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? The delightful Englishwoman from down the lane. Oh gosh, it's grown up, but they split. Oh no! Ouch, he's a simpy a little bit. I heard from a bluebird you dragon cartilage from a bluebird?
I need to speak with this bluebird. Where are they at? Where are they at? I just want to talk.
Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I've involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have any evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. The tall member of the delightful adults, yeah. Crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day of question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. Still amused by the unsatisfying light test, right? Just the like little, and then like, oh, I hope I don't hurt the desk. Gigapsych and I are each,
No, I'm not giving you guys my euros.
One day our police force will be amongst the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can say that I condone the witness's actions, or I can't say that I do, rather, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water, okay. Carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Okay. Miss Brett. Can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Not really.
Don't nibble me either.
are you jiggling over there? I got a pin. I got the Majima family pin, and it keeps bumping on one of my rings. Oops.
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Hello, Majima.
When she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, okay, so I'm not gonna present it, I'm just gonna look at it real quick. Yes. Okay. Oh, maybe, probably not much here. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. Ryunosuke is like, I amaze you? I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Just looking and seeing. I wonder if the label is any different. Might be. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. Could just say that you don't know. Okay, so they're very much theorizing that it is the poison, so we have to go for, I think, so I think we would show it here. Oh, that's worse than me having an urge to drink my AC water for some reason. I mean, I don't know, actually. It's pretty close, I think. Okay.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. I'm betting the water isn't poison. I'm calling the cup as poison. Maybe. Obviously, I'm referring to poison because I think with how the thing was left. Oh no, that's I don't know. Well, still, we're on the right track anyway. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison.
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from this glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? What? Poison? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Jeziel Brett, it was you!
Objection!
That is outrageous. I suggest to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the It is you who should be silent. Of course.
Where the wind coming from? Flare. I don't know.
Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! Oh no. Well, maybe it's a different kind of poison.
I'm very grateful to you, to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours.
I hope this swan is really alive. Oh no. You see, I was testing you all. It was a mock trial to see if Japan was a good enough trial system. Oh no. Okay, we know it's poison, but there's on think that's massively out of place. Or one thing, yeah.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has been asserted, a shot from the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? Sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. There are poisons that don't show up in blood tests, but those are massively controlled and is hard to get a hold of. Fair enough, yeah.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Oh. Hi.
Please, wait.
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba.
Mikotoba.
Judicial assistant to the defense.
Mikotoba. My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Arrested for trespassing and obstruction of justice.
No, she's gonna grant justice from showing up.
Oh gosh, is this whole first trial 6 hours? This whole thing, 6 hours for this first tutorial trial. Justice has rules, true.
Oh shit.
Right. What is it now? 1:14 p.m. My goodness, this happened in like what, 2 hours in game? If that. Well, I understand you are a judicial assistant of defense, but why the sudden ingress in my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
Real-time investigation and legal system. Yeah. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you? This game has very long trials in general, if I recall correctly. Well, that's fine. I did see that this game in general was very long, so.
I'm sorry. There's no time. Please simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English?
It's Jeziel's Brett's research. I totally butchered me saying that.
The English woman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper.
Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Kodade and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Kodade? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
That is wonderful. Thank you. A report detailing an unknown poison.
The poison!
That Miss Brett has been researching during her time. How very convenient. That man needs to be kicked in the butt so hard that he becomes a human post dispenser. The heckin' the ouchie guy, absolutely.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough. Already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer?
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat this as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? So the report.
Yes!
Miss Jeziel Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Kurare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
What complete and utter nonsense? Karate, you say? I've never heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Kurare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. Doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Kurare. Achi has volunteered him for human testing, right? Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
Why?
Order, order, order! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Kurare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. Ooh. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffered instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? So yeah, definitely, it wouldn't have been a thing for in the water. She would have absolutely been able to just like lace the rim of the glass with it. So poison bullets, you're still guilty? No!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utterly trumpery. To start with, if a victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? It's instant death, you sillies. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse to the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Ah, it's similar to the poison that's in the bracelets in Zero Escape, I think. Respiration. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Suffocation, no breathing, don't give a... And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it? The hitherto with unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some man.
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady!
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules!
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She's gonna take a sip and be like, obviously, there's not poison involved because it's not in the water, haha. And then we're gonna be like, it was on the cup. And she'll be like, oh! That's true if it's cyanide or other poisons, but he just dropped. Let's see, remember? What are you asking me if I remember?
Don't get too big don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. No poison, Vic.
Sorry?
To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these little foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm just getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end.
Oh my gosh, what if it is poison? And she's just like, I've had enough of this.
Cheers.
Man, they do have her being posed like very elegantly. Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Everybody's just waiting to see if she drops dead.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is what you're saying.
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venture. How kind.
Grr.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
I keep trying to say eloquency. Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. You are most gratified with all, or we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in the bottle. So how did she... How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been. Because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. It was on the glass. And how toxic she is, right? As I thought. There is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform and the ways of the world. Oh, is that what its color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of enquiry, Council, for which you have been penalized. What? What? Ugh, this whole trial is poisoned. There. Okay. I guess it wasn't on the glass. I guess it does contain poison. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You serious?
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw...
Miss Brett drinking the water from it.
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. The defense truly intends to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support your assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness can be able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? That's a good question. Can I examine this real quick? Hunters in the region use it. Capacity to their prey. Instant paralysis. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. Oh. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin can have explanations as anesthetic. However, the solution for the respiratory arrest caused by the result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients will die of suffocation. His shirt was poisoned. Maybe. So I feel like it would want us to show that because of the line saying that it has to be an open wound as opposed to like ingested. It has to go into the bloodstream and not the stomach, even though I feel like that doesn't actually make sense. Yes! Oh no, the music is still going. I'm wrong. The answer to this riddle is right here in Mrs. Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. The report is under gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Sato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Oh gosh, I need to make sure that I have it on the right tab, I think. Yeah, the special characteristics. Special characteristics, sir. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh, Counsel?
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness.
But they actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say?
I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. From the what burned him, yeah. I think that makes sense. If it's would that count as a wound though? That would, I don't know. Maybe. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kurare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh, it is alive! Rapscallion! Well, Ryunosuke, turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you silly. Or look silly. What are you trying to say? I don't know, I keep tripping over my words. Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? By the way, Kurare is real and it works exactly as the game describes. Oh, that's nice. It's always fun when they don't like invent something, then they bring something that's like a real world thing.
That's right.
Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy would be able to understand, no? Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Kurare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you would understand something as simple as that. Cockroach?
Peach's messaging me? I'm streaming.
What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else. It's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. She's so basic, if you drop her into industrial acid, she'll completely neutralize it. Savage. I don't think so, Miss Jeziel Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurare? Oh gosh, would we show... Which photograph would we show? I'm gonna guess this one? I hope? No, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, counsel, but the slipshod manner in which you've tossed that evidence before the court does not inspire confidence. Listen, Rionosuke. There's no need to overthink this. We know that Kyodare's toxic effects only come into play when the poison enters the body via a wound. Right, so that can only mean that when Dr. Wilson drank his glass of water, he must have had a wound somewhere that let the poison in. Exactly. So we need some evidence that would prove the professor had a wound inside his mouth. Inside his mouth? Oh! Of course! Oh gosh, I'm silly. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling Okay, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry. I got it. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kyodare? Oh, did I not get a ding for that? Okay. Where is it? There it is. No, I don't want to inspect it. I just want to present it. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of the Kurare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted. For example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I just got spam texted by a scam about summer boarding. Oh no. I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Hello? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed that bottle in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? At this point, she should just immediately get absolutely. You can get arrested for that, right? But I think it's because it's like this court system is in its infancy, so they didn't make that a rule. Maybe she's the reason the rule exists in this universe. Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump that bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. Interesting about Kudade is it can paralyze without killing in low enough doses. Interesting. I want to make a British museum joke, but at this point it'll be an insult to museum. Oh That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using kurare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victim, John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke! Yes? We've come to this far, but now you're the only one who could finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So, if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last little detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I assume. It's like, no, that's just barbecue sauce, it's fine. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? To be fair, who the heck walks around with a live bird? True. That would be something to remember. Unless, no, it was stated that she was wearing the same thing that she did. While not relevant, it's possible that the man may not have been poisoned severely enough to suffocate, which would technically mean that the gunshot was actually the fatal blow. True. It's possible. Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. All right, I can't wait. It's been nagging me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Someone already commented in-game about the headband that flew... Not yet, no. Shot through the heart, and it's too late. I thought it was "You're to blame," or is it a different verse, possibly?
Take that!
There's blood.
Inspector Hosonoga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Nobody's talked to me for like a while. Like he's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with that?
Where are we going with this little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it?
Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plated steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were.
Jezziel Brett. I beg your pardon?
I really don't like the other lawyer. He's just, oh yeah, this guy, he's just the trial guy.
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently been remembered seeing?
Yeah, he's just the punching bag. He's the nerd. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence of the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. For the sergeant? And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Why is he bleeding?
Cause he has a cough. He's coughing up blood.
He's been doing it this whole case. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. I will now eat this in front of you. Tuberculosis, oh no. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on that side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy!
You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings. Whoops, I accidentally pressed the button too early. The proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Okay. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? I don't know. We'll take a closer look at it for you, Nosuke. Someone needs to turn off the massive swivel fans. It's too powerful. It keeps knocking people around. No. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark from the Hoya era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing here? Or what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoya koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk about a Hoya koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard about bullion in Burloin. Or billion in Burloin. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Okay, so this is the wrong plate. My goodness. Oh, so that's kind of that's the coin that Meowths have. Interesting. The steak wasn't eaten in the photo. Yeah, it definitely had more bites taking out of it. Whoops. I think I... Okay, no, I did read that. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? I do, actually. That bloodstain was going to be was going to clinch the trial for me. Can the plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yes. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied with all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of your country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you're alluding. What precisely on the plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found?
Ta-da!
Huh? What in the world is this? Wait, what? Oh, I have to actually present it. Never mind. My bad. Guys, we already saw this. Why are you not letting me skip it? Ah! Okay. Okay, there we go. Well, now that it's revealed. Good gracious, that's
Koban? What on earth?
a Hoya era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. With her having gone as far as destroying evidence, there's no way there could ever be not a reason, not be reasonable doubt in this case against, right? Like, no normal person would have destroyed evidence. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoya coin just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that this is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person that can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is this guy.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasute, Kurio Korekatsa-san. Cutie. As in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Curio Collector-san, yeah. Because I think the sergeant, was, what was his name again? It was another, like, play on words. Yeah. Iesa no sa. So it sounds like yes sir, no sir. This game series is very well known for that, for little jokes in the names. Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Indeed! The Hoi Era Koban, my prized coin! In this Hoi Era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
No, please! Why would Korekata-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekata-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. We really need to know what was up with the baby. Can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. I feel like this implies that the baby like really had a hand in a few things. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for a little baby idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence.
Korekata-san, are you contemplating Sudoku? Be that as it may, Korekata-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever... Yes, that's it! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent Hoi treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day.
It can't be.
As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh gosh, all these old man voices are hurting my throat. Man got stabbed in the foot. Oh no. Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means Somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate?
Who would do such a thing? Such an unconceivable thing! It's like nobody answer him. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Inconceivable, not... unconscionable. Okay. Or inconsonable? Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Oh, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes. I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already at the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Korekta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What?
What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korekta-san's Koban and hid it under the stake? Don't worry about it. Oops. Cause I think it's meant to be her. But my brain is like, it's this guy's kid. It was me.
Take that!
Nope, the music is still going. Yes, seems like a likely candidate for Komba. No, come on, Ryonosuke. Huh? You shocked me, Kazuma. Not as much as you shocked me. No one could have approached the table unnoticed. Even if you're a crazy fool, you couldn't have missed that. I'm not sure you should be calling Korekta-san a crazy fool, Kazuma. It's you I was calling the crazy fool. Maybe I was on the wrong track here. Okay. I don't believe I don't believe I can have heard you correctly, counsel. Let me hear your opinion on this matter again. Okay, it was...
Take that!
Okay. I was like, maybe I'm thinking of this the wrong way. And I just overthought. It was Dio. The whole time. That makes sense. Oh, wrong button.
Take that!
There we go. Okay. I was overthinking. Obviously can only be you. Sergeant Iasa Nosa. What? How dare you? You monster? Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Idol. Idol was the mastermind behind all this. You threw him under the bus? You would push the blame of your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you, the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Why does the dude have a baby on his back? For, I don't know. He's being ratatouille'd. Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity. He's absolutely being ratatouille'd. Guy! Oh. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pay those it expects to keep their country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently added conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. Objection! Hello, Mal! How are you doing? All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant? Places even with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Arrest the baby for intimidation of a non-commercial officer. The criminal breakdowns are entertaining. I know, I love them. And your target that day was the old man in his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd owe too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. I see. What a great sign when you leave everybody stunned silent. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett...
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetuated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Impersonation of a... Oh. Yeah. Oof. Outfits are whack, absolutely. I mean, it's the late 1800s.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard! Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. He be thonkin'. It's like I have to look at the player for help. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? Why you got a whole sword and court? It's fine. It's 1800s Japan.
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ionosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? I almost feel like it would be this image. Because otherwise it would be like the layout. But I don't know if this would be like what they actually want us to look at. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the accident, but there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. We were supposed to look at this very early on. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use these complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ionosuke. Okay. So yeah, I feel like this wouldn't be relevant with that being the case. So possibly the crime scene photograph, I would want to say, is the closest thing that we have. Yeah. Yeah.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had eaten before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the wedge where it's been bitten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without a knife and a fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak, in particularly the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without a knife and a fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravishingly okay. Whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I am about to put this rookie in his place.
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course. Dear lady!
It's interesting to note that you can present either the photo or the stake itself for that one. Interesting. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth mark on the stake have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting this tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of that phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? That doctor got feel? What? That got Dr. Feel? Eh? Oh, it's quite simple. If you recall, if you really had such let me start over. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it in the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. You say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
I don't. But there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling that this will be my last request of defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? I pressed the wrong button. I'm so sorry. I went to save and I accidentally was like, I have the evidence. No, you said Dr. Wilson. You got me excited for a second. Dr. Phil and his knockoff shows are actually really bad for mental health and well-being. Oh. Actually really, I'm assuming really bad. Counsel, I'm disappointed, as this is likely your last chance. I would have expected you to be taking it more seriously. I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong button, sir. Me, I have the evidence. It seems you need some waking up. Perhaps the penalty will help you focus your mind. I'm sorry. Now I've come this far, there's nothing more to say. There's one person in particular who's provided us with various pieces of evidence already. You have plenty of clues to point to the right answer. I know. This is the last act in this trial, and you have center stage, Ryunosuke. Very well, I have a feeling this may be okay. Now I will actually say. Oh my gosh, okay. I like how the saving thing is like, don't turn off your PC, and it's just like, yes, I'm gonna force close it. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't me, it was my friend. These idiots are even licensed therapists because if you're doing it for entertainment, you don't need a license for it. It wouldn't be you, right? I feel like I'm gonna be wrong about this. Yep. I don't want to see your dialogue again. It's like I figured it wasn't gonna be that. You?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding inconclusive evidence? Why would you think that? That's ridiculous. Become unlicensed surgeons because we're on TV. Oh no. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korekata's coin and told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier of the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as an evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense! That plate was taken from the victim's table! Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have the opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it! To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire! Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, the, bang. When I saw the civilian that had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hit the coin underneath it, but when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. So was the baby for poisoning. The jury. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one in the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell ya. So yes, I did what I had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However,
Majima. Hello, Psych. Were you lurking? I hadn't seen you say anything for a while, so I was wondering where you went.
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. Prosecutor, what now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, this is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate that it was on, and back to his own table. Doing things still around. What you doing? What you doing? Are you still doing Marvel Snap? Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also Sergeant's. That is to preserve evidence. You had taken both. Not allowed to say in public. Okay, I see. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot! What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing in the case. If it didn't, then you wouldn't be so nervous about it being shown. No, you're not wriggling your way out of this one. Of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Marvel Snap, what the hell is Marvel? That's the book of Snap. Yes, that's what Psych does. When he's off stream, he takes pictures of the Marvel characters in certain situations. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No? You're the one who decided it was a problem, not me. Oh, so she eats her mask without cutlery. Masks are not steaks after all, unless you use a steak as a mask. So give me the photos of the Spider-Man. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eaten from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, will you show the evidence to the court? Present the beef steak in the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Drop your mask, you can't hide your guilt anymore, right? I don't have it. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. It's indeed the plate. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. And it's so delicately cut, too. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Narahodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is.
Oh! Thank you for the 18 bits rocket.
Here, let's pay off the law so we can't get arrested. Oh gosh. Man, imagine that's all you needed for paying off the law. I mean, I'm sure everyone here knows who that person is. That's right. Miss Jeziel Brett. It's you! Oh. Even her swan is sad. Outdone. By a Japanese. Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No! Oh no, the swan's gonna attack! Ah! Oh! Ah! Oh my gosh, there's so many! There's so many! Oh gosh. Oh gosh! Oh my gosh, the little chicks! The little chicks everywhere! That's so cute! That's so cute! Are we snacking on steak a little bit? My goodness. And now she's in the afterlife, right? We're conversing with her spirit now. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Her hat did, yes. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. This is what you get for being racist in court, a super jail with your British butt. Here's some more to make them make us cookies.
Yes, hopefully they can make us cookies. Man, now I want some cookies. I am already hungry.
It was I who took the professor's life using kurare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because kurare is unheard of here in Japan. Why would the swan chick bake cookies? I mean, why not? Because we asked. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else?
Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to note that the professor always carried a gun.
I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of kurare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Let's think the law would make cookies, but maybe we could train the chicks.
Yes, the little baby chicks could make the cookies. Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot causes a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him in place. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. We finally reached the end of this first trial, maybe. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder, might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. But wait, what? Okay, I feel like it's implied that she was taken away and that she didn't just disappear. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Taketsuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
Yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. I will now kill you. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter of this country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. One of these days I'm gonna drop a link to fan art, and because I keep doing that with bugs, you'll suspect a bug when it's really a buggy. Super baby, rubbing in court. It's fine. Maybe defense and prosecutors can have weapons if they want, if they feel in spicy. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asugi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. It's a very specific mission that he doesn't want to do. Steal back their museum. Right. What was that all about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Thank you for more of the videos for nobody.
I think, oh, that's a full 100 bits then. Yay, we did it.
Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that out onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Yay! We solved our first trial. You want a duel? Oh, okay. I'll accept.
I accept your battle.
The court is now adjourned. Oh gosh. I feel like I'm already gonna lose. Oh! Never mind, maybe. 2:46 p.m. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, it's close. It's close. Who's gonna win? Is it gonna be me or nobody? Oh no, it's probably gonna be nobody. With that miss. Yep. Good job, nobody. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All of your hard work has certainly paid off.
Congratulations to the both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked.
Oh my gosh!
See you later, nobody! It was nice seeing you again today. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo. You did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor! Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago. Besides. It's your turn, Asogi. Huh? Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. The spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me. What's happened to the woman? To Jeziel Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Jeziel Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear to her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past, now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature in our respective governments, you can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh. Can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case to a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryonosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? And let's not worry about the details for now. You should probably be worrying about the fact that you're coughing up blood still. To Le Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. Le Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh, yes. Thank you. So, Jeziel Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryonosuke. I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I had helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryonosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has a right to, or has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, it's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your clients. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryonosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. I'll be right there, or we'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Yes. That too.
Woo! We get to celebrate!
So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through this trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life.
We got the end of the first chapter. Yes, I will save my progress, yes.
We can kind of take a peek at all the things. Unbreakable speckled band. Wait. Adventures of the Unspeakable Story. Clouded Kokoro. A clouded Kokoro! Oh no! Okay. Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Yes. We only have a few minutes left of stream, but we'll at least get a start on this.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike.
Hello, Maxima!
It was the snake, wasn't it?
Terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
January 9th, 6:37 a.m. On board the steamship. Are we gonna get some context to the connection between the last and...
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
I want to know what events led to this.
Do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
It is a closed room, oh no!
Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture.
Oh!
Well, what have we here?
Balor! Balor's in there!
Who are you? And what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait. Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from? I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Who's in there? It's Balor. Yeah, it's Balor in there. Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. How did we get here? Wait, I can't move. Wait. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, By the way, this is supposed to be the Sherlock Holmes, but his name was changed for copyright reasons. Yeah, I can imagine it was for copyright reasons. Oh, it's not. we had to drag. What accent did the cutscene give him? It's supposed to be like vaguely German, but like Russian, I guess. Oh yeah, because da instead of yeah. I don't know. It gave up. I give up. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I don't know how to do a Russian accent. We did not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. We went through Narnia, I guess. You found me then. We found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry? Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the season is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Huh? Isn't that... Or... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? How cold the ocean is. Did I misread it? Did I misread that? Oh. How did I read ocean as season? Miss Suta. Why do I keep tripping over your name? Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Hello, Vero, how you doing? It's okay, we're still... we know that I can't read, it's fine. Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Oh no. Right? Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs, surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No. No! Oh man, if only the trial took like a few extra minutes, that would have been a great time to pause. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Okay, cool, we are getting some context. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Say it in red. There are no other forms of entry. No one else is hiding in the room. There are no other people on this island. Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else can you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. Really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. What? Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confide yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we can confide in her, couldn't we? As nobody will check this room for 50 whole days. It's fine. I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. What did we do? Oh, right. No, for us stowing away would... Yeah, okay. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. Been in the kitchen mostly, but I wanted to say that this guy had 10 mentored fly. Oh, absolutely. Knowing from the first game, it's just like, okay, you're gonna help us out and then you're gonna die in the next one, and lo and behold! I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Literally the moment Cosmo appeared. Yeah, I was absolutely like, he's gonna die. When I stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside, I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. Right? What are you in those games like, no, my boyfriend! Who did this? We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make any trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know.
Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too.
Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try and find out what really happened. I genuinely thought we skipped 2,000 years into the future when this guy with the tech goggles walked in. Nah, it's steampunk, it's fine. Tiny bomb theory again, right? Okay, Kazuma's death. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs. They think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer?
When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside.
What do you mean?
There's no access to the cabin via the porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls.
What?
Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation?
This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly?
Are you still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances?
Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. This is your final test. Kazuma is watching you. If you pass, you become a true attorney. True!
Cause of death is still undetermined.
They don't know how he died?
Ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call.
So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then.
That's true, yes.
Okay, about the incident. Can't anyone tell me what exactly happened in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma?
Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone.
Please.
Whatever you say. You were here in the cabin after all.
Well, yes, I was, but...
He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning.
Rule number 2 of murder mystery, if there's no body, there's no death. Right.
I was waiting outside of his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage, but this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't.
Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder?
I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor.
I don't think Kazuma knows any Russian. He was going to Great Britain. I don't think he would have had a reason to really learn about Russian unless it's just like, oh yes, he's learned every language for reasons unbeknownst to anybody.
And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose.
I had no idea that happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow.
I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe.
This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. He might, but his final words would be in Japanese or English, right? Like, he wouldn't really think to write it in Russian unless he had like a very deep connection with it.
Now, I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question.
Yes, all right. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything.
Stowaway, and then last night. Why were you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time.
I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing?
No, that would have been possible, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together.
He actually asked you? But why?
I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself.
I don't understand. Because we're a couple. We just don't know it yet.
Because it's the late 1800s. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Even if none of the other crew members know Japanese, it'd be a great alibi for us, since why would he leave a message for only his killer, right? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at a spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? No, definitely not. I figured it out. His life force is what blows his headband. Yeah, his determination makes it fly around. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it.
Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I'd ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you, my stowing away on the ship, I mean.
If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association.
That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. He went all anime edgy on me and it was kind of cringe for real, oh no.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. And he gave me a big ol' smooch like he always does. After that, I
Fell asleep?
well, yes.
So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed?
Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do. But it's the truth. Big ol' smooch, but not on the lips. Oh no! If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything.
Really?
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, it's... please forget it.
Susato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! Common side effect of high doses of soapuril beta is memory loss. Watch out for the tubacurine in your bracelets, oh no! I don't really want to doubt you, but
The trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. If you don't remember, Psych, those were references to Zero Escape. Soapuril Beta and Tubacurine. I believe that was specifically the second one. I could be wrong, but Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Virtue's last reward. Okay. Wait, did you not know how to do? Were you not here when I played through the whole trilogy, Psych?
If you haven't, I have the first 2 parts of the series on the VOD channel, I think. Wait, I might not be done with the second with uploading it, but
Yeah. That was, I think
a little bit before Umineko. I believe it wasn't like exactly before, but yeah. I wasn't here, but I watched the first 2 games on another person's stream. Yeah. Oh, your eyes do a jiggle, I just noticed.
Yeah, you didn't know? Wow.
I don't know. It's not doing as much as it probably was. Anyway, don't try to go anywhere.
You're the perpetuator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Did I not say perpetrator? I feel like I said perpetrator.
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. Also, like, if you think about it, with the fact that she is saying Kazuma-sama, she thinks very highly of him. But since we don't have an honorific, we were very close. Anyway, so perpetuator, I thought I fixed it. I'm sorry. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hi-ya! What the?
That was a Susato takedown.
A Susato what? What martial art form is that?
I'm going to need you to prove it.
I feel like since we're upside down, I need to match the vibe. We. Oh gosh, I'm gonna be looking in the wrong spot. There we go.
Matching the vibe. I'm going to need you to prove it.
Sorry? Prove it.
Yes, your innocence. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to...
Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in the court of law.
Oh, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of an awful crime. I was locked in the closet.
Akeru na. Akeru na means keep out, apparently.
Is this a game where the protagonist is framed in every case? Probably. It seems to be the thing so far. Yeah, he can't have placed the seal himself. Yes! Tell me, when I was discovered, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or other crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign off the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But
if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma.
Well, even if you were sprawled hopelessly on the floor, or are, rather, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san.
Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up?
Okay. Impasuma.
Ah! Why are you? Why? Did you want me to be upside down still? Ah!
Also, oh gosh, I was just launched off entirely. Also, I just wanted the thighs. Well, you knocked me off all the way. Upside down Dragon New Lore, yeah. Well, okay. I think, since I don't know how much longer it's gonna go before we have to investigate. I think this is probably as good a time as any to save the rest of this for tomorrow. So let me go ahead and go to the just chatting screen. Break number 2. No, I need to end. But anyway, so we are going. We're gonna be rating someone that we rated Monday. An extra long break. Yeah. I guess it would be an 18-hour break, yeah. So let's see. Let's see. Framed for Moida raid, and then gun. Where's my gun emote? There it is. Okay. So there is the raid message for today. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today. I didn't anticipate the chapters to be as long as they are, but that's fine. That's fine. In theory, should take a few weeks, maybe, at this rate. I don't know. More than likely, the later trials are going to get a little bit more complicated, so more than likely I'll struggle with those. But that's kissing dead boyfriend. I mean, you can do that too. You can do that too if you really want to. But we will see each other again tomorrow at noon. Hopefully I will not be as hungry at the end of the stream, but we will see. And yeah. Hopefully I do not hurt my throat doing voices tomorrow. I will have to stop having these characters have such low voices. But thankfully, since Aochi is not going to be probably in the next trial, we should be good. Oh gosh. Anyway, I will see you, Eggies, tomorrow. Yes, thank you all for showing up. I'd like to say hi when you get the chance. Well, maybe. I don't know. Message me first. Bye-bye. 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 Okay. Oh gosh, it didn't actually send on my end. Oh gosh. Peach. I'll just send it this way. Do. Bah. Okay, and then unmute, and then stop.